Hello. All right. Ooh. I didn't think I was getting on today, but here we are. I think we're going to be doing the animal festival today. I know there's a couple days until then, and getting my greenhouse. That's exciting. I've been waiting a whole in-game year for that. Then maybe I'll actually do some farming. And I also want to do some more fishing in the deep forest. See what kind of fish we can get that I don't have. And I might try to get the great white shark again. I don't know if it's still time for that. I think that's only available during certain days. Oh, and I can update something else in the lab, I think. It was only 2 days I needed to wait. So I need silver. Silver or what? Why I gotta? I can't. And where are my clothes? I know the isn't ready till Wednesday. I do remember that. Okay, Agung and Sam. I don't know what they like. I don't think. Okay, fish and chips. Afternoon. And what's Haru as long as it's not sunny or windy? Sam. Okay. I'll give him some fish. And a gun. What do I want him to like? He's had fish and ice cream. I haven't given him bugs. Maybe I'll get both of them bugs. Yeah, I can give both of them bugs. Okay. Cool. Alright, so no Wataru. I don't think there'd be anything in here. Oh, that's what they look like when they're ready to be sheared. Okay. Oh, I saw somebody else do something. I didn't realize you could add favorites. Ooh, the wind. So we want this to be favorite. How do I? Oh, it doesn't want to add it to favorites? I know I have insufficient. I want it to be my favorite. Oh, doggone it. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but I want. Ooh. Okay. That's good. These are what we want. Okay, more batteries. I need osmium, kelp, and silver. Gotta remember that. I don't think I have anything in here. Oh, I do. Okay. It's not the collector, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm pretty sure I have everything in here. Yep. Okay. We don't need the collector in here. I think the pigs have to go out. I put it in the wrong. Okay. Um. Weird with the way I want it to face. I want it to, yeah, face like it makes sense, you know? Okay, osmium. You guys can come out. Yeah, these are not occupied. This one is. What would I put in here? It looked like it was occupied. Okay. Let me make sure. Okay. Well, I guess that is a mark that it's upgraded. Not that it's occupied. I was. Okay. Yeah, so I just have two. You guys are good. Let me. Y'all are good. Y'all can get out. I have to go in there and collect. Let me see if I can collect the stuff. They've been petted. They don't need. Oh, perfect. I can't wait to decorate. Wait, is it large llama wool that I need? It might be. Mm-mm. Goddess blessing. Extra health. Okay. Don't think I'll need it, but cool. Oh, you know what? It's not. It's not. This is the large. Right? Oh, it is large quail that I need. Oh, I just put both of those. So I did give large llama wool. Okay. I need, shoot, large quail egg and large geisha. I do remember that. And just for curiosity. Okay, I might have the savannah today because we're going to finish that. Hi, Marcode. I think I might have both of those. Okay, I need to find 11 tuna and sardine. I think I have them, and I know I have that. Yellowfin tuna and sardine. Mm. Oh, Okay, there's yellowfin tuna. That's cobia. Yellowtail. That's different. Where's my sardine? Of course, it's not in the right spot. Yellowtail. What kind of name? Okay, caught fish. I wish these were in alphabetical order. Yeah, sardines. So I got that 2 days ago. Yeah, yellowtail. Mm. Okay, let me find the sardine because we need to duplicate that right now. Care what's in there. No. No. Sardine. Need to take that down there too. Oh, and this one because the other cobia is a lesser value. Cobia. Mm-mm-mm. I just need to get another thing. Let me gather everything in here. Oh, it's just because I didn't collect. You guys can get out. I think I didn't collect in here too, right? Large. Nah, regular quail. Oh, inventory full. Okay. Always do that. And go to Charles. Oh, wow, they are different. Golden Gar and Gator Gar. Okay. Alright. Never mind. Thought I was ready to go. Let me go to their house before I forget. Hey, mate. Is he Australian? You're home alone again? TV's too good to ignore. Him and Raphael should be friends. Charles, you're a successful doctor. Why are you wasting your youth sitting around at home by yourself? Yeah, Brooke. Old news, man. Time for you to move on. Oh, we get to find out about Brooke. Get back in the game. Come on. Come with me one of these days. What do you say? Well, I wasn't alone. See? Adventures with V is right there. Adventures with V literally just arrived with me. Charles, you're alone. I guess. What could go wrong, right? Attaboy. Is either one of you, I should say, are either one of you here? I like that, the separation. Okay, nobody's there. Let's go up the stairs. Nobody. All right. I have a couple spaces. Oh, I thought Zara was here. Let me try something. Definitely not what I was hoping for. Yep. Barracuda always goes in circles. And sell the silver one. There's Barracuda again. Oh, you know what? With it being windy, there might be some fish, or not fish, bugs that I can get. I gotta go empty all my bug traps. Okay, that's 3. Or is that 4? Another barracuda? Yeesh. Oh, that's disrespect. Oh, come on. I guess that's what I get for complaining about barracuda. The game said, you don't want barracuda? We won't give you barracuda. Oh, bluegill, okay. Fiber. Monday. Yeah, I just need to collect everything else so that I can... Alright. Oh, I gotta need the shears. Oh, I put the wool there too. Okay. Oh, our boys knocked the llama wool. Right, you guys get to frolic in the sun too. Oh, inventory full. Um, I'm gonna leave that there. Is there any fish? No. Right, you guys need more grass over here. Jeez. Y'all eat it quicker than it can grow. Um, 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 um. Mm, mm, mm. I might have enough batteries. Gold crate. Okay, which ones did not go? Crayfish. Do I have crayfish? I don't think so. No, squid? I don't have squid there? Hmm. And I don't have any bluegill. No. Okay. Let me just put all of them in here. Except I think I have... No? Must have just put it over here. Ah, that's where the crawfish is. And honestly, it is a bug. E-bug. Okay. Got all the animal products going. I need to get the fish and chips. Is that all? And I can't do Otarus. Okay, let me check the bugs and fish to see if there's anything that I don't have, even though it's already 1 o'clock and I need to water plants. I just remembered. I'm not getting great white. Oh well. Got everything else. No bugs. Windy. Okay, everything. And there's nothing new forageable. Okay, so actually, I'm gonna put this flower in here if there's space. Of course, there's no space. Well, now I have space for those, though. Go where I actually want them to. Okay. Fish away, go to fish and sips, or should I go to fish and sips? Go to fish and sips. I think I see coconuts ready. Well, I'm underdressed. I keep forgetting to change. We won! We won! We won! That was very quick. Let me talk to Frank. Hey Frank, what's up? How you doing? I'm having computer problems. Remind me to ask Lily to take a look at it, will ya? Maybe. Oh. Maybe I can just ask Luke. After all, he was the one who sold me the old thing. Yeah, ask him. I don't think I know what Frank likes. Yeah, I don't know what he likes at all. He's not giving him pickled items anymore. Is Raj here? Buy him some coffee. Raj. Or buy them some coffee. What a beautiful cup of coffee. An outdoor event like live music or poetry readings could be a nice way to bring the community together and enjoy the beautiful summer, yeah? Good idea. Oh yes, we do have the Animal Festival coming up soon. Good thought. We do. Hi Ben, what do I have that's very fresh? Do you like, I bet you would like vegetable jerky. You ever feel like you cough so hard that part of your lung falls out? No. Okay, it's just me then. I need to go to the doctor to get that checked out. Oh, I didn't say hi to Bonbon. What is wrong with me? Yeah, is Bonbon a puppy? Let me go down here. I'm gonna forget. Oh, we can harvest again. We don't need that right now. Oh. Actually, that's about to be placed in the shipping bin. The Barracuda can go too. 90? Not a lot of money. Is that all I want to take with? Yeah, one day I'll open these and get a lot of junk. Like that. Where's a gun? Nowhere near. No, I don't see his face. Gung, where you at? Birthday. Oh, he's in the palace. Yeah, now let's just go back home. Okay, I'm gonna put the fish away, get some water for the plants. Oh, I did say water. I can put the strawberry away later. Ooh, okay. Oh, I don't need. Oh, yes, I do. I have to water the trees. Okay. Is there double anything in here? Yes. Okay. What is Commander that? I need one. And then we'll put those in the refrigerator. And I gotta water. Okay, bugs, extra bugs. A lot of back and garbage fruit. Gotta put that away. Okay. Oh, I was at Sam's. I can get Sam later though. Let me go find a gun for his birthday. Birthday. Oh, I also. Okay, because I regardless. I There's this man. Land food is great, but for me, nothing beats a reef burger. That is Choyo. Princess Maranjani holds the wisdom of the ancients within her. Oh yes, Choyo knows. Choyo sees all. Do you want bug jerky? Awful tokens like gentle waves upon the... Okay. What I observe is she also possesses the curiosity of a young one. Okay. Where are you? We will stop at the princess. Okay, we still gotta go in there. I feel like you would like a flower better than anything. Yay! Land dweller treats are such a rare pleasure. Oyo's been keeping a vigilant eye on me ever since I was just a tiny little mermaid. She's the only one Mother trusts enough to keep an eye on me. I can see why. She's got a lot of them. Well, ain't it something seeing a land dweller like yourself around these parts? How are you, country? You're adapting quite well to the underwater life, I must say. Okay. A birthday boy. You caught me at a bad time, pal. I can't talk right now. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Of course I remembered your birthday. What you talking about? I'm looking for Sam and Wataru. But there was something I was gonna do and I don't remember. How much money do I have? 18? I don't quite have enough to upgrade. Well, if I have silver, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. This gift. You're welcome for the birthday gift. You youth are interesting these days, wearing panda suits and whatnot. Okay. I took the panda suit off, okay? Let me get silver kelp essence. And then come back to the lab. Hopefully I have enough. I might not though. Ooh, I think I do. Oh, okay. Alright, alright, alright. Yep, I bought everything because I don't want that. Okay, so do I want an animal? I think I do. What animal could I get though? That's the question. This is why I need to move stuff around. Me. No. come on, have it. Have it here. Okay, let me just look it up. I think Ronnie. Yeah. Do I have a place I can put it? Oh, is there no other space? Yeah, I'd rather put it up with other animals. Okay. Alright. Oops. Got Ronnie. Get more truffles. Who do I want to gain hearts with? Get a heart with Maranjani. Hey, princess. I'm gonna stay awake to game and it's not working. Oh, you go to sleep. Okay. Pablo's easy because of the gold. Oops. I don't think I have any rocks for Archie. Oh, Luke is here. Yeah, you're welcome. Do you like pickled stuff too? Nice person. There's no exciting news about electronics in the summer. All that happened in spring. Let's wait and see what the reviews say. Panda is in the house. You guys, I took the panda costume off. My goodness. You're a panda. I'm not a panda. I may as well put it back on though. Talk about. What is gold? Okay. Let me go take this to the temple because I remember that's what I have in my pocket. And then all we need is blueberry. And we'll be good. Good to go, good to go. Yeah, let me get my... Oh, I already did that one, actually. I did that this morning. Okay. I talk to Jim. I don't ever talk to this. I still fish here and there, you know, especially now that it's salmon season. Take a small nap. That's a good idea. Wake up and you'll have lots of energy to play. Yeah, I need to find Wataru. What is this? I don't have any bugs. People are vivacious. Oh, I do have a bug. Here. I don't care if I, don't have that gold level. Aura, are you at home? Perfect. I know he is not in the bed at 6 p.m. I'm about to be rude and wake you up after I snoop around your house. This house is nice. Wataru, get up. Hard to catch, are there? Ton of them. Yep. Let me see what his kitchen. Oh, it's not the kitchen. Oh, maybe that's yeah, that has to be Waku's second bedroom. Oh, it's locked off. Okay. No problem. And I did the birthday people. Got Wataru his gift. Ooh. Oh, oak seeds. I thought that was something different. I need to get something got dropped off for me. And we watered the and those are still working. Let me see if I can put the flower away. Oh, something. Nope. Chubs. I didn't mean to do that one. I meant to do the other one. Don't think I have any bugs, but yes I do. We want this in there. So, what do we have that I can get rid of? Double anything. Do I need two for this too? Oh my gosh. Put it in my backup. Yep. Oh, I need to pet the oh, two. That's nice. Pig. Gotta put some food down for him. Everybody else has. I don't care if you guys come outside. Doesn't matter. Ooh. Is there anything in here that I want to take? Two of those. Let me take those. Oh, there's more fish and bugs. Oh my goodness. Put that away. And I didn't give. Crafting. Can I do these now? I can do another auto petter. Okay. We just need a battery and hay. That's what keeps stopping me from the auto feeders. Oh, silver ore. Yes, let me put the auto petter away and we're going to get some silver ore. What do you think about that? You're good. You good with petter? I think you are. Yes, you are. Look at this egg hiding back there. I think this one's good too. Yep. And this one's good with the petter. Yes, okay. Perfect. So it's just this one. There we go. Now y'all are good tomorrow. This egg in here. Or actually, no. Let me put this in the refrigerator because I'll make the sunny side up eggs. Maybe I'll just do that right now. Since it's 8:30. Why'd I do that? Need to cook. Recipe book. Even though I know it's the skillet, but you know. Okay, speaking of food, I have to be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so I know I need to get silver ore. Yeah, it goes it here. Like that. Water mine, I believe it is. Oop. I have to keep. Ooh, lots of ore. Gonna be a panda. Oh wait, what do these go to? Don't be loud. A bunch of sauce with no direction. Think I know. Okay, over here making a mess. Part of me feels like I want to get some osmium. Yeah, because y'all don't want to give me a spot to. That's my excuse. I feel like because I have enough for what I need, now I'm going to get stuff to sell. They really did revamp. For a while, there was none on the first level. Appreciate them redoing that. Now if we could just get more geodes, that would be nice. Oh, we're full already. Well, I don't know what to do. You don't want to let me down either. Okay. Yeah. Inventory full, inventory full. Perfect. Let me see if there's ore vein or ore deposit. Nope. Mm. Okay, we can leave. Mm. Eat some. Okay, so we can make two once I get batteries. These two. Oh, that's what I meant to put in there. Maybe there was something. How do I get a koi fish? First. Oh, I meant to put that away. And it's 11, so it might be too late, but who? Mm. That live there, and Nina's walking. They're at home. Okay. Everybody's at home. Alright, yeah, I did go with the birthdays. Let me just go to bed. That way I'll have all my energy tomorrow. And on Mondays, we don't need to do anything. Not Friday. Go to sleep. Ooh. Okay, I can craft large fish bait. Always good. And I'll hurt with a gong. You happy? I wonder why that's not considered farming. If it is underwater farming. With it. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Oh, I need to give her a locket. And then I need to... Why didn't you go up? Throw in on Theo. Let me order a locket for her. No. Yes, I was waiting for this. I've been watching your progress, and I must say, your fishing skills are outstanding. I'm so glad you've accepted our welcoming gifts when you first moved to the island. To help you level up even more, I'm sending you another special gift, a fish pond. With this pond, you'll be able to breed fish and continue to increase your skills. Definitely what I need. Donate all of these. Okay, pineapple. No blueberries yet. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Nothing. I think that's. I definitely need. Oh, this is. I don't even know if I have space. I guess I can put it right here. Moving all this stuff. My butt out the way. Jeez. Oh, and what fish did I put here? Okay. I don't think that has been donated. Oh. Gonna sell. They're open on Tuesdays, right? Closed today. Alright. Well, then we're gonna sell all of the. Donate. I didn't sell the mayo. That's fine. What's his name is closed on Wednesday. Not Tuesday. Oh, let me see if there's any events. Now, do the merfolk have events? No, they don't. That's Otaru. That's not a new event. That's an old. I can give him another fish today, though. Okay. Yeah, let me put the people who I'm focusing on. I never see Millie. Is Antonio on the island? No, he's not. Oh, snap. We're gonna make some money as soon as he opens. The wool in here because I know I can't. Or the yarn. Like the yarn. Hmm. 9 o'clock. Okay. So in reality, I need to put these in here and get the animal products going. Being completely. Realize if I didn't put that. Oh boy. I probably did it. I don't. The gold. Unless it's in another. Whatever. You guys are out because you're good. You guys should be good. I just don't have a collector. Yeah. I need it because you guys like to. Eggs. Does. Nothing to collect. And I think they have a pet thing in here. Nothing to collect. Right, alright, alright. Oops. Okay, I was gonna say if it doesn't go a bit weird. Everything is working. Okay. — 9 o'clock is when they open. I also want to dump stuff here. Okay. Let me go and oh, today's not Wednesday, so I can't do this anyways. That's fine. I still want to go to the deep. Keep going back and forth. Just go see Sam. And then we'll go to the deep woods. Do the work. It's just duck, mayo, cheese. Oh, if it's mushroom, he'll take it. You're gonna take it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna want one of these. Okay. Or we could just go ahead and do that. That might make more sense. Even though I know these will... Yeah, let me just go all the way. Let's take all my money. Okay. Who's in here? I don't think she likes fit. We're about to find out. There's another scientist I'd like to do a fellowship under, but I don't think he's currently accepting applications. You like honey? He lives in Mount Yahara, not far from here, but you need to take a boat and then a bus across the desert to get there. Well, that sounds like a lot. Oh, where is Ben? Of course you're here, and I don't have the thing that I had on me earlier. Just need one more heart? 2 more. I'll be back. Stay there. I have these holes in my shoes that keep my feet nice and cool. Ew. Have you got those holes in your shoes? Your feet smell good. Okay, she's on the beach. And Noah. And Theo. Perfect. Do I have stuff for them though? Bugs and... If they don't like it, it's just too bad. What I just had was good. Oh, hi, Leah. Appreciate that you work hard, but my advice, you can still pay attention to your appearance. What's wrong with a panda outfit? I've been reading up on black holes to prepare for my presentation, and I'm getting excited about them all over again. For example, did you know there's a supermassive black hole at the core of our galaxy? It's dormant now, but it was probably much more active a few million years ago. That's interesting. I didn't know. It's more than 14 million miles wide. That's around 17 times the size of the sun. How did that black hole get there? How did it get so big? Questions I don't know either. Got sand in your mouth. Fish. Just making myself. Oh, Theo. There's something about being out here in the open sea that makes me feel closer to Mom. Like she's still with me in some way. And lifeguard. You know what? You might think there are more flies in summer than any time of year, but that's actually not true. Yeah, maybe in some parts of the world, but here in Starlet Town, the flies are out year round. Fuck. If you start feeling dizzy, head to the beach shack and grab a drink. Yes, I'd love to get to know you better. You're welcome. Fill in the shade and avoid that direct sun. I don't want you getting heat stroke or anything. And nowhere. You can watch the sunset every day from your farm, yeah? So lucky. We live in the middle of town. That's true. I wish the tavern was closer to the beach. I'm pretty sure it would bring us more business too. Maybe not. I gotta go underwater. Give you anything? Suppose it doesn't matter how far away I go, I'll always belong here. Close to father. I do have some open spaces, so let me go to the fish. Hi, Brie. A flower. Your summer going? Mine's been good, though I can't seem to find my pearl earrings this morning. The ones Walter's mother gave me. Now, if you think Walter is eccentric, wait till you meet his mother. I need to find the earrings before our next dinner with her. I can't risk getting on her bad side again. I mean, you got more than one pair of earrings. Her earrings that she gave you. Yeah, oh, he probably does not like trout. You like grilled fish? Waku spent most of his childhood on the Pithy Mermaid with me. Nice talk. Oh. The light on the sea is perfect. Look at that. Cool. Let's go over here. Go by Zara's. Oh, it's Frank that loves sunny side up eggs. Add. Pink. Okay, I'll go. Sure, that's one of his favorites. No, Erica needed an egg. Her show was to make him some food. How are you behind the barn? You guys aren't even open. Really gotta find something else to do. Thank goddess there isn't a health code or anything here. Ooh, or else they'd shut me down so fast. That's gross. Kidding. No, that's Yay, he does love it. And Raj is here. I don't care about Mark. Mark can kick rock. I want to do something fun this summer. I'm thinking beach day every day. That's what summer is for. Okay, cool. Oh, you're here on Tuesday. It's okay. Too late. Thank you for stopping by. Anything I can get you? Oh, yeah, you. Tuesday. Okay. Let me make sure I go to them tonight. Bonbon is one adventurous pup. Okay, I have enough to go to the deep forest. Here, get these shrubs. Heck. Interesting. That. Yeah, I didn't want to. I'm looking at the things that are here. Camping? You can tell. Is that? Okay, just. Okay, after the catch all. I don't know how soon is. I've never been back here during the day. And actually, I did put one in here. I was gonna say I need to put a in here. Did. If it's 5 tries and if I get nothing good, then we're gone. And by good, I mean something I don't have. Rude. Like, really? Alright, well, that's one. Nope. Okay, this one is gonna be another Barracuda. Sparkling. Oh shit, I finally caught one. Okay. My others came from the, I mean, not at least it registers. Weird how it circles. Just like the barracuda. Okay. So what? Okay. I don't think the ones that I have any perfect. Sell the regular one then. And the there's 2 regular fish. It is crazy. 3 regular fish. Okay, and inventory's full. I'm gonna go. Let's keep exploring. It's only 350. Oh, we've already been over here. Yeah, who lives here? No. Particular. Keep exploring this place. Okay. Not that big. It'd be the mid forest. Oh, Kookaburra. Pick you up? Perfect. That, because hopefully tomorrow upgrade and get the flowers. Cemetery. Oh, that's a pretty butterfly. Wonder if I have it already. I need to get some traps in here. I don't think I can make them though. Can't make them. Space in my pocket. Have all the ingredients. Okay. So sure. And okay, 49 and 37 is good. So let me water. I need to oop. Need 3 of these. More freaking crawfish. No. Why am I facing that way when I'm forward? Yeah, there's no distinction. It should be. Need to move the grass. Let's do it right now. Yeah, that's a good 50 coins, I should say. Dun, 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 dun. Tiny. Okay, cool. That goes in there. Geisha Club. Think I have anything? Eh. Oh, I know. Oh no, because that's not. I mean, it is a crop, but I'll go ahead and I'll make something out of it. Move. Not today. I don't know if I got the goddess blessing because I'm pretty sure I can go down here. Yeah, I did not go down here. I think I'm gonna get more silver. I didn't even give her a gift. Where are you? You're at home? Okay, let me get her a gift. Let me go to the tavern. And if not, oh yeah, I want them to be open. 2. I think I know someone who likes pizza. Not in here. Perfect, I got mushrooms. Yeah, it's the nicest thing anybody's ever gave you. Can't. Can't even read what he's saying. He's crazy. Oh, hold on, Noah. Let me see, do you like... Mind. You want to sign up for the live performance? We only have Theo. I think he's alright. People like his energy. Theo gets some quick money and we get to advertise live music at the tavern. People are drawn to live music for some. I can't give you any gift. Hold on. Tuesday. I must have given him a gift today. You talked. I feel sticky. What? My dad and I haven't been getting along so well lately. He just can't understand why I wanted to go into astronomy rather than taking over for him on the Pithy. The problem is he won't keep his opinions to himself. Oh. It didn't say that I had an event. Not again. Better get her butt out here. Why are you yelling? You yelling. What is this? The telescope room? I don't know. What am I supposed to be looking at? Open this one. The mess. Is it Sham? The mess. There is a video of the developers telling how to pronounce her name. I need to watch it again. I think it's kind of like Shame, but Cheyenne. How am I supposed to work with all this crap around the telescope? Okay, chill, I'm sorry. I was just about to clean it up, but I wanted to shower first. Clean that up and then shower. That does not make sense. You happy now? Why do you need to work out here anyway? You've got plenty of space in your room. Okay. Listen, not everything is happening in your room though. I get bored. And exercise outside. Time for one of you to move. It's the middle of the summer. It's too hot to do my workout outside. I'm already spending most of the day outside for my job anyway. Ooh. Fine, at the very least, can you not use the immediate surroundings of the telescope? I need it to be clear so I can do my work. Okay, I will. I really am sorry. I thought you were coming home later and I had more time to clean up. Don't worry about it. I was just cranky after dealing with Dad. Him again, huh? Yeah. Wanna drink some wine and vent about it? You read my mind. So what happened? I got some give you. How'd you know I'm bulking up for volleyball and pasta's exactly what I need? I don't know why we can't talk. I didn't talk to you for hours. I just might want to fix that squeaky door. Good. Alright, let's go down. I believe need more. Okay, yeah. I believe I need silver. We don't need any more of that. Ooh, you do more auto feeders. No, that's the last one that I need in summer. Just need another battery. Perfect. Yeah, let me get silver so I can keep making auto collectors. Okay, we also need gold kelp. Gold kelp and silver ore. Okay, well today we're getting silver ore. I don't know about tomorrow. Start at the top. Nice. Oh, it's still got. Hi, Darklink. How are you? Yep. You've come down with a cold? I think I have too. I keep sneezing and sore throat. Yeah. I hope your cold goes away quickly. I think I got enough. So there's a deposit. I'll get the special. And then. Meow. Starfruit. I keep saying I need to. No, I don't. Wait until. You'll eventually get over it, yeah. Oh, they're just so annoying. Not. Awesome. Actually. Ooh, that's a lot. Mm -hmm. Really, we should leave. Animal products. Yeah. Go underwater. That's it? That's all? No. Did I even get the... Did release the animals. I don't know if I got the products. Okay, I did. There's nothing here. Yeah, everything else though. Because I think I might have said I'll just come back and get it all later. Oh no. Yeah, that doesn't have anything. Oh, okay. We'll edit. Yeah, move. Do I want this to be? No, I want this. Okay. Back. I want to move you. Yes. And I want to move you. This is just gonna be quail. Other quail. We get quail. Move. Perfect. This way I'll be able, because I want 8 quail. Okay. And then perfect, that's enough for 3 more. And then we need the pigs in here. But I don't have a collector. Stop me. I don't have a collector here. What I can do, take the collector out of here. I have it. This collect. Awesome. Let me move you guys. Cool. It's gonna be. Nope. I have to move that one. Now that does not make sense to stay here. Oh, he went outside. Okay. I need to move you. You're gonna be upset if you're here by yourself. Almost gotta stick together. Okay. Now I wonder where I want you and you. Toggle. Move. Nope. Okay. Don't know who else is gonna go. Buzz. They're in there. There's no. Aren't there goats in here? So goats need to move too. Yeah. Goats gotta go. Because I don't milk anybody. All goats somewhere. And nice, 4 more offerings. That's awesome. I can collect the eggs. But this one has a collector, I think. No, it does not, and that's good because I. Okay. Get. You know, tomorrow I can get my osmium hoe. A couple days for the end. Not bad. Okay. That's a nice amount, 1,000 each. Figure out what Denali like. I need to do also is give the princess gifts every day since I know she loves him. My osmium hoe. Okay, I do have 30k. So I can upgrade my axe. I think it's 30. And if not, then figure it out. I didn't put those in there. Oh my god. I can't sell that to his name. Oh wow. Does what's this? And I didn't go find her at night. Okay, Scott can have a gift. Let me do one that has multiple. And what are Sense. Only on sunny and windy. And only in the morning. It is windy. Okay. 2 are in luck. Maybe I'm the one who's in luck. No. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, that's what I need to. He likes shoot. Yeah, he loves shoot. Okay. And we need to get him up. And I still don't know what you love. I'm gonna give you some juice. I don't know if I get. I need Aaliyah and Theo. And then Zara too. We can find her. Good. Oh, garbage. Yeah. And have it. Oh, and I didn't want to do it. Thank you. Here, I don't need that. These are all quail, I think. To the off. Or whatever. Awesome. Okay. Oh yeah. You guys are good. I just need to let you out. And you go. Double, double. And I need to upgrade, so I need. First, let me upgrade. Think of what I'm do this for. I didn't get Goddess Blessing. Do that right now. Let me upgrade my tool first. I'll upgrade the coops later. Yeah, large coffee. Out. Oh, and Sam's closed. Okay, white. Okay, I did let you guys. I didn't let you guys out. Yes, I. Nothing else to pick up. Right. And you can go ahead and use those truffles. No reason to hold on to them. Glass I have. Bowls. Water. And where is... Nowhere near here. I feel like going over there right now. Ben and Raj need her. Yo. He's not around. Oops. On the beach. You start giving Yuri more gifts. Coral Island is here buying coffee. Yuki, just a minute. Get this thing out the way. Can I get a cup for Alice too? Sure, 1 minute. Hey, Adventures with V. I don't remember what Emma's advice is, but I'll take Emma's advice. Yep, and she was right. Free samples really work. Especially if you're gonna charge an arm and a leg. I'll take one for me and one for Raphael. They're coming right up. He said, sorry, no time to chat. If you want coffee, you'll have to get in line. Half an hour later. One coffee, please. Give Millie gifts too. Sure, coming right up. I hope it was worth the wait. Girl, if it's free, it's worth the wait. I'm out of coffee. No coffee. They're out of coffee? But what about my free sample? I know that's right. I mean, I have coffee. Sorry, folks, I'm gonna have to close for the day. I'm all out of coffee. Almost done eating this. I'm exhausted. I've been busy all day. I haven't even had a chance to catch my breath. You need another employee and you need to prepare better next. More product. And the worst part is, I didn't even make any money today. I gave away all my coffee. I mean, you get free samples of the new stuff, Raj. What they. Time yet? Ben. Nick. And Zara is at home? Or is on the beach? Okay, perfect. Both of you guys. And gifts out of my areas here. You like juice? Okay, you don't love it. Give your body room to breathe. No sandals, though. I can't run in those. Garbage. Garbage. Nearly became a one-footed astrophysicist yesterday. Woke up to find, oh, a rogue dumbbell in the kitchen, and let's just say my little toe made quite the painful production. You get your roommate. You appreciate it. Where's Theo? Hold on to it. It was our. You gotta be careful when eating your lunch here. There's sand everywhere. Okay, ma'am. I got your favorite. Day. Roach. Roach. Special to me, not expensive, nothing like that. Sunny gave it to me the day we brought Oliver home from Pokio. Well, do I have a bug? Head to the clinic. 30 minutes. It's too nice to stay inside today, isn't it? Okay. Don't be silly. I'm not snooping around. I'm really enjoying the town. If there happens to be some information I can pick, that's just a happy coincidence. You'll see why this man is up here at the clinic. This is not the place to take your duck. Interesting. He needs to take the duck to Kenny. Person doctor. Is it bad? Interesting. Is it bad? Okay, Fun Bucket, give me a good quack. Oh, no, not a quark. I've had it up to here with your mysterious interestings. Oh, Ben, shut. He's getting on my nerves. You don't want to admit something's wrong with him, and human doctor. What did you say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Charles. I'm just worried about him. He's never been sick for this long before. I understand. Like I mentioned when you dragged me in here, Ben. When you dragged me up here, Ben. I'm not a veterinarian. I have no frame of reference here. But how old is he again? I've had him ever since I was a boy. He's on the other side of 20. Yikes. Look, he's been sick for weeks, right? His heartbeat is fast. No, his eyes are gummy. His quacks are lackluster. This is an old sick duck, Ben. The best thing you might be able to do for him now? Keep him comfortable. I'm so sorry. Oof. But it sounds like he needs to talk to No, it's okay. I get it. Thanks, Charles. Take your duck to a duck doctor. Charles, gotta give you something. Flour, I do remember. I'm gonna give him juice. That was a weird response to something you just like. It can get a bit too bright in here sometimes. Makes it hard for me to nap. Just kidding, of course. No. There's 3 people I'm looking for. One is busy. I think I saw somewhere that Macy likes pizza. Ben's Caravan. There aren't many visitors at the hot. It's not surprising. I wish more people would come and. There she is. Macy. Yay, she does like pizza. Love pizza. I had a big bowl of avocado. Alright. Noted. Sure. Unless 2 gifts, I think I might have gifts. It's hard to do this in winter. Theo, why are you not up in his places? I grew up fishing with my dad. Yeah, you told him. Hmm. Thanks. I didn't mean to put that. Okay. One. Oh, it's only 20. 30. Okay. Days. When's it? Oh, Monday. Give you 2 gifts? Stuff. We're gonna take a regular flower. And be done with it. fishing. Benefit. Take something home. Let's do in my panda. So fun. Are you going somewhere else? Can I come along? Ugh. Goldfish. Okay. Mess again. Okay. Whoa, a panda. Nice panda suit. It takes us days and sometimes weeks to capture the best wildlife footage. In this job, I believe patience is key. Lily? Panda suit looks hot. I mean, hotter than temperature. Where is your brother? He moved on. So, oh no, she's still down. Mm -mm -mm. It's always a good idea to swim with a buddy or stay close to the guard tower. I'm here to help if anything goes wrong. It's better to be safe than sorry. Very true. The beach is nice this time of year. Well, the beach is nice any time of year, to be honest, especially when the weather's perfect like this. Brings back a lot of childhood memories. Oh, the bugs are always thickest in the summer. Just yesterday, I found a wasp in the barn and took it outside. It stung me, but I think it was just scared. So nice. Have you checked out our cat furniture? Yes, and I freaking love it. Some of those pieces are comfier than my bed. Go ahead. Go in and try sitting on one. Are they that big? I don't remember them being that big. I really love their house. Sitting on what, Frank? Just sit in there. That's yeah, they got that too. And they have it there. They just don't have anything in the kitchen. I love that they love their cats. I like that they decorated the garage too. Or garbage. I have to go see name, but now that I got that, go inside in there. In there because we're gonna get rid of it. Oh, I was can make for the barns. Needed one. Okay, we need. Well, no, I have kelp essence coming. It was gold kelp. Okay. This is the collector. I'm pretty sure this one is done. Double check. Done. Yes. And just to no collector. I don't think I need one. Good. And I have a collector in here, right? Because I just moved it. I don't have a feeder. Need one battery and hay. Okay. We could use a collect. It'll be the feathers and eggs. There's no in there though. It does. And then we have 7. Okay. Olivia, Melanie, Shanti, Maya, Tamia, Jojo. Look at my list. Who did I miss? Oh, Deb. Okay. Since I'm pretty sure they're close. Ooh, they might not be. Let me see. Come in. Shoot. Get the quail. So that I know what her name is gonna be. Yeah. Okay. Nope, we want. Yep. Nice to not need anymore. Here, I think I know what you look. Is Theo here today? Okay, he's at the community center now. We will go there. You for sure. Yeah, I figured you. To the community thing. Um, I don't think there was anything I needed to. On the way over, I decided to put the. You know what? I'm gonna get more pigs so it doesn't actually. There. Um. I need to stop always being over it, but I am. Yo's just. Talk to me. Honestly, I'd rather be lifting weights or jogging, but yoga's cool too. Anything that gets me moving is cool with. It sounds a bit daunting when you tell yourself you need to exercise. Sometimes after work, I just put on some music in the living room and dance with Kara instead. Oh, I said too much. Always felt like I was waiting for something. No clue what. Felt like torture. Now I'm not waiting anymore. I'm living. That's good. Let's hang out. In work. Girl. I've put some more in the. Check it out while I eat this. I had a fantastic time with you. Hope we can go on a date again soon. Hmm? Now, what else did I need to do today? My pocket. I haven't seen. I don't even know if I went down there. I don't think I did because I have stuff in my pocket that I want to keep down here. Maybe I did. Okay. Where is. Oh, boo. Alright, well, sorry. Thought about it. Too slow. I do need gold. Okay. I think it's gold that I need. It's not, oh well. Gold. It's gonna hurt. I always tell Ang there's nothing to worry about, but he's such a warrior. I mean, we can use osmium. Oh, yeah, I can't. Is this where? No. Maybe it'll be there tomorrow. Go back where I Go up. I'd explore more, but well, what if I get lost? The big ocean out there. She told you stop worrying. Okay. Hello, fancy joining me for a bit of reef relaxation? Where am I at? Did not pass that before. Ow, whoa, whoa, whoa. I hurt. Okay. And that. Hmm. Those should. That milk not taken? Make more bug jerky tomorrow. As soon as possible. Wednesday. I'm joyful. Thursday that I can go. See what he has to tell us. Festival, Sprout. Animal Festival. Pet. Mm-hmm. Kidoki. Oh my, going up and farming so quickly. Complaining, I'm just. Oh, I haven't even gotten my skill point. The only thing I need is. I don't even think I watered the trees or looked at the plant. Oh well. I just need the sprinklers. 3rd level sprinkler. Yay, Theo, it only took me forever to find you. Hmm, 13. Numbers are steadily going up. King Cracker. And then the next day is the festival, I believe. New event? Okay. Already giving you the gifts. So you too today. And you. You need more fish. Okay. Those 3. Haru, if it's. Oh, it is. Sun is shining. Alright, let me get these fish. Even though I don't have all fish and bugs with me. Let me do the boring. And I've unlocked about. Chub. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. Yep. Medium chub. Fish, angel fish. Mm. Koi. There was another koi that I had. Did I not put it in here? Okay, the koi that I have is not here. Cobia. Pretty sure I have. Trout looks boring. I have bluegill. And fish. Okay. Right. That's a bad. There's a fly in the refrigerator. Okay, there. In the refrigerator with gold firefly. Get gold. Polyphemus moth, I think I have. Okay. That's it. I don't think I see any duplicates. If there are, then I'm just blind. Oh, did I make pancake? I know Eva loves that. And there's no more bugs in here. In here. Weird. Let me use it. Avocado Macy. Room to give Macy a gift? No. Alright. You get a couple of them. Ooh, is that telling me tomorrow? Don't forget, Animal Festival tomorrow at 9 a.m. My animals are ready for competition. Friendly or unfriendly? Let me see. I'm gonna wait on the auto feeders. Like any petters in all of them. The gold kelp. While I'm saving the wool. in here first. Do this first. Yeah, because I didn't have that an option. Unless yeah, things I can use. All right. Let me just check that you have a petter. You have a petter. You have a petter? I think you do. There's not a collector. Yep. Well, you got all of it. I think who do I have to pet? Nobody. I know they've got everything. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. To go there. I'm so excited. I'm gonna get two. I'm gonna be two offerings? Two altars today? I think it's two. Did I pick the tomato off? Yeah, I did. These here. Awesome. Back down there. Yep. There. I take the blueberries. I gotta make tomato soup though. But let me also tomato soup. Mmm. Oh, I think I might do that for Kira. Well, I don't have seafood ramen. I know that tastes good. I don't have the tomato soup. Okay, that's. Let me do this first. Get gourmet salt. Canola and wheat. And I like that it makes two because it's good for the week, even though I've already given her something. No, I'm pretty sure tomato soup is just tomato in the pan, but I want to make sure. Let me pull it up. Not secret. the one I was using? Oh, here it is. Ceramic bowl. The pot. Sure. Yep. Tomato in a pot. Cool. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna have greenhouse. Yes, basic cooking. Oil press, okay. I have one, but two is. Tomato seeds. Oh, I forgot how quickly I was gonna get there. Okay. Now I'm like, what do I need to focus on? I need the large geisha coffee bean. I'm not gonna get that today. Kimchi? No, I can't get kimchi until I have the what's it called? Aging barrel. I mean, I could fly through. I think I want to do that. Fly through them to get super rare gems. And I mean, if I get one of them, okay, let me look. Ruby. Okay, I always know it was ruby, diamond, black. Oh. Okay, it means I gotta empty my pockets. I have to go underwater. Let me do that. Oh god. Tori. Need to get the animal products out there. Okay, and I have a bunch of fish in my pocket. Oh, not a bunch. Okay. Not large. Regula. Makala. There's a couple. Little spots. Little thing. Tomorrow when I get back, I'm gonna decorate for stuff that I to get last year. There. Nothing collect. I just realized wherever I put the. Oh yeah, they would. Okay. Kira, where art thou? You're in your house. I don't think I get two gifts. Nope, only one. And potato juice. That's just pickled potatoes. Oh my. No, I'm pretty sure I already gave. Oh, I got more pickled stuff for you, Kenny. The Animal Festival tomorrow is half as good as last year's. We're in for a real treat. Absolutely not. Kira, where did you go? Oh, she plays the flute too? Tomorrow's the Animal Festival. Bless my boots. I really thought you would have loved that. You gave me the recipe on it. Figure her out. And I gave him anything that he hates. Three loaves, no. Oh, he will eat fish. Animal product. Oh yeah, I didn't give her. Find her. Go hunting for geodes. Oh, NPC. I bought this giant sun hat from White Flamingos. It's practically a beach umbrella on my head. Left it in my room though. You out here. Will your cows be at the festival? One of them will. Okay. To water trees. And put these. Oh, oh, what? Cool. Okay. Cool. But there's 3 and 3. Okie dokie. Here. That. This, yes, it is. Fish that I. I should have donated the cobia that was like gold or something. I know where I want. Take these. Oh, money and stuff. Oof. Okay, we have a lot of stuff. Put those in there. The honey's in there. Need. In case. Alright, now we're going to mine. Which mine do I want to go to? For anything. It's just... Well, yes, I do. Because there's still a gem. The, what's it called? Get it so I can be done with. Geodes. Okay, got a geode. Good. Wow, how small these rocks. One geode on 2 levels. Rare rocks? What was rare? I don't think I... Nothing. Got 1 geode, 1 fossil node. Only 17 ore? Weak game. This is weak. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna go open these geodes. It's only two, but you know. Mm. Well, regular crystal. Let me talk. Go up. Val and I have to wake up super early tomorrow. I think the animal festival tomorrow might be nice if you're, you know, into that sort of thing. Well, I am. The animals. Alright. Well, let me drop off what I have. And not diving. And then donated. Back to the mine. And we'll go to the guess we'll have gone into in the first place. Geodes. They give different seeds. I had wheat and the one starfruit over here. Whatever starfruit costs. Not a single geode. No ore deposit. Starfruit seeds. No ore deposit. I don't have an ore deposit here, that's the problem. Oh, okay. We got wheat seeds down here. Not another. Okay. Y'all are getting on my nerves. What was I gonna say? Thursday. I don't think there's anybody who I can, except for Leah. She's probably at the tavern yet. I was going to. Geodes, I mean. I don't like this look. There's nothing. you were sitting on it. I don't think that stopped me from getting geodes. Don't see. That's it? The only one? Oh, nice. Okay. Alright, we need to go. Just extra money anyway. I'll sell the fish. Probably the bugs. I don't know about those. Hold on. And another collector. More important to get a collector or a petter? I think it's a collector. Some it on. Nothing is being worked on. And why is that? This. I think this might need glass. A cheese. Oh, let me go. Come on out. You're full, right? All three. You don't have there. You do. Two, you need a one feeder. Two feeders, one collector. Two feeders, two collectors. Hey, I'll need to go. And that was. I didn't go to see person. Wake up and watch TV. Tell myself that. Awesome. Extra 14. Okay. I think it was 30k that I want. Annual festival. Okay, so I have 2 water. And get the animal. We'll watch TV. Greenhouse. Flatbread. Okay. They're so easy to garnish. It doesn't have to be complicated. I chop some hot peppers, bell peppers, and mushrooms. The heat will bring out the sweet and spicy scent. Oh yeah, I do already have that for mushroom flatbread. Oh yeah, yesterday was the king's birthday. There's May. Wataru got me a barracuda. Thanks, Wataru. How much that sells for? Appreciate you. Um, water. Hi, Marco. Hope you had a good nap. A little bit groggy. Hmm. One, four, perfect. Yes, I have been sick too. Sore throat, sneezing a lot. It's going around. Okay, what did I do? I'm gonna sell one. A bug that I. Let me get these out of here. Bluegill. You guys come outside. I don't think you would have anything in there. Three. Oh, come on. Okay, garbage. Okay. Is there anything that I missed? No, because I need glass. Go downstairs. Watered everything. Okay, I was gonna say I had 2 geodes. I do have 2 geodes. I'm gonna put that there too, just because I don't want to spend money before this festival. Fin tuna. Mm. Okay. Oh, but I do need. I do need food. Um, and can I give Macy a gift? Cause I. Oh no. Right. I gave most of my people gifts. And give him a gift. Okay, the sibling. We'll just take. Give Jack another gift. I think he goes. Can't. All right. More people than that. Already? I think I'm ready. Water. They're out walking around. Yeah. And I have money. Oh, let me change my outfit. Not that I'm... First year I have a pet and a cow. You're lucky that thing's still alive. I don't think I'm not gonna give you because 10 hearts with you. Um. I already gave you 2 gifts. I know I gave you 2 gifts. I gave you gifts you like. I'll give you a gift, you jerk. You're glad you decided to come. I'm good for you. Hmm. Where's my chicken? Oh, don't worry. Come on. Taco. Oh, I could have got some ice cream for the kid. I could have got a rock for her. Think about it. Did I give you 2 gifts? I know I gave you 2 gifts. You any gift. Gifts on me, that's why. I already gave you 2. No. Yeah. Alright, all of my gifts are gone. Even though you guys can have some jam if you want. I know Joko hates grilled fish, I think it is. Yes, me too. So convenient. And when you want to get those heart events out of the way, it's... Wait. 8 jam? Thank you, but... You know what the... Skipping past. Oh, she just doesn't like it. Animals, they're cute. Middle of summer. Birds are experts. You're doing them. Yeah. Okay. Let me try the cow registration since I've never done it before. Oh, wait. Millie. I never say hi to you. Yet. Okay, just money. I could use the money. Wait. Oops. Okay, I get it now. It's not gonna be play. Oh, and this gives you enough time to even look at the thing. Definitely different from the chicken one. One more time. EW. SW. Okay. That was a lot better. Coco's closest to me. SA. Let's go, Coco. AA. Come on, Coco. US. Woohoo. Easy. Wataru in second. Okay. Continue. I'm gonna go faster. Ross SW. Ooh. DW. Ooh, sunshine. WD. Yes. It's always what's his name that gives me a run for my money? What's Haru? What are you doing? Hurry, always gives me a run for my money. Okay. Carrots, so cute. SD. Gosh. WS, they're all good. Ooh. AAW. Not as easy as it. Let me practice the animal race, the pet race. Oh, okay. Let's sell that. Oh, that's sprint, okay. Don't want to leave you behind. Honestly, I'm ready to just do it. How did you get distracted? Come on. And I just don't want to come in last place. Oh boy, of course. We're in second place. Oh my goodness, Luke. You should have ran with Taco. Freaking Archie. Let me use two hands for this because I don't like going against Archie. How you lose. Sorry. Ooh, we're ahead of Archie. Hey. Oop. I see you, Raphael. Haha, I still beat ya. We didn't lose to Archie. Like half a second. Oh, Archie's gone. In Syria. Is that my cat back there? Oh, hell no. They're looking at the wrong black cat. Oh, man. Well, in last place. Close. Beat Charles. We're last place. That's fine. We're fourth place. We're not last. And that is fine. Let me go buy my stuff. More things. Or oh, that was it. That's fine. Who do I not have? I have the horse. Barks a lot. Majestic. Oh, I have 6. Then I can get the chicken suit. I don't know if I really want the chicken suit, but since I can afford it, I guess. Cheaper. Let me put it on. To wear it, it's now. Do this because I know I can beat this. And you get food, right? I think I have all of that food. Yeah, this one's good because it shows up on the side of the... Oof. So someone on Reddit asked them to not have it like make you dizzy, but actually that's good because it. I think I've won. I think you only need case. I'm gonna go to 3 minutes like they were betting each other. Right. See. Two. Oop. I hit A instead of W. Still won. Okay, 75. I'm glad I didn't just go to 60. Oh, these can go on land and underwater? Cool. Maybe next year I'll buy them for underwater. I need to have done that last because I'm dizzy. But by winning the cow now. Let me practice. Bertha. That was quick. Try it again. This. I forgot I have the chicken. Let's go. I'd be Surya this year. That got me last time. Bertha, you're going down. Bye, Bertha. Now it's me and Elvis. Oh, me and Bill. Oh, shoot. That's Mark. I don't know why Mark threw me. Sorry, this year. Ah. Hmm. Golden and golden. We did everything right. How competition? I got everything I needed and more. This chicken soup, but here can't talk to anybody again. So they won't let me talk to my friend. Oh, we didn't talk to Lily. And he is such a good animal whisperer. He has a gift. Mm-hmm. I thought you liked Theo though. Is that your favorite? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, now when it comes to these, I am just gonna put them. Stop it. I cannot. The flapping wings. Okay, I love the chickens. Oh, the girl's gonna love it. It's so funny for no reason. Maybe tomorrow we can open these. Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, if that's 12. I don't need to save the coffee. Just save it for what? wardrobe storage, put that in there. Then, what I want is, I don't have any more cookies. I think she loves shells. Get up here. Not what I was trying to do. Okay. Now, oh, fishing, I didn't put one. Full fish. Full. Okay. Take forever in a day. Taru. And what need on Friday? That is nothing. 2 gifts. Get another gift. Her and her sister. No. Oh, I just realized I don't need Scarecrow in there. Old kelp. Okay, I might be able to go get it right now. Gold and silver kelp. Let me see what I have in here. Put 20 in here. Oh gosh, it's so funny to me. Silver. Silver cow. Did I go today? I don't. Bid. Gonna be for what's her name tomorrow for her birthday. They better catch up. I am forever gonna laugh at that. No, I clipped it. Hmm. Alrighty. I think that's good. I'm gonna use everything that's already outside. You just buy trees that I can't. Oh yeah, I did not get the bed. Oh yeah, I don't have a peach. I think I didn't get the ones that are most expensive. Don't have durian. So this is get these three. And I know that I have leech. Well, I don't have jack. I'll just stick with doing it. Mm, 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 mm. You don't have water. This is so stupid. Oh no. We're just gonna have to water it. I really don't want. I'm so busy laughing. I'm paying attention to the time. Okay, 40. Okay, everyone. Did Gru go up? Walked past you. Complaining? Yay, I can get Noah a locket. Suki's birthday tomorrow? Still got 20k. A good day. It was a 2 llama and a feather. Yeah, no, we won't be trying. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, because I got the shell for her. Cakes. And cakes. Only one flower. Oh, trees of fruit. Cool. Perfectly made pancakes. I think that's a little. Me that. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do some potatoes. Nasty potato smoothie. Gross. But if they like it, I love it. New event, fish and sip. Leon Sunny. Cool. New event. And only on Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. New event, fish and sip. Coco new event. Oh, carpenter. Carpenter and fish and sips. Since I'm getting these, I don't think I need. Get in my mind what it is that I need. This? Oh, I do have. So I need durian mango dragon. Durian mango dragon, apple, almond coke. I even care now. Should, because then when I finish that, I'll have the savannah and cape. Oh, that would be perfect. Stupid perfect. This yellowfin tuna is. That. I wish it wasn't. Can't summon her. Okay. What I need to do. Maybe I should go there first, because I know that they're. I mean, that's their job too. You have something in your. Oh, but they don't open. You can't just. That's what I'll do while I'm eating. Give me those coconuts. Where did my bug trap go? Because I don't have it in my pocket. So who stole it? Pick it. Oh, this suit just makes everything look funny to me. Hi, Surya. Festival's a blast, right? Saw you having a great time. Hey, do you like coconut? I got a lot of them. Okay. I'm ignoring you. Can't. Even though, is it ignoring when you tell someone you're ignoring them? Oh. So she doesn't love. I'm confused. I really thought she loved pancakes. That's the only reason why I made them. Cookies. What's Macy here? Suki and Valentina. Oh, I guess that's Suki. Where the what? Valentina. They're so squishy and cute. Actually, do you like pancakes? Um. Keeping a pet at the end doesn't seem feasible right now between Alice and me being swamped and Valentina still being young. It'd be tough. I can see that. This event again? This is broken. This is the third time I'm seeing it. forgot what fruit I was saying I needed. Oh, but that's fine. I'm gonna try to get all of it. All of it. Let me get some more. I know I got the 3 apple. I can get all 4. Orange, and I know mango was one of them. I mean, today can be a mind day where I just... I know cocoa, dragon fruit. Ooh, I might be able to get 2, 3, 9, 10. I get avocado. I mean, that's fine. I did not. I did not do. Cut it out. Surprise. Mmm. Corner. Mm. Okay, so that's a whole lot. Oh, do I need to move more things? Yeah. Uh, oh, these are actually the ones that don't need. Don't need water. Pressing. Perfect. Yeah. Whatever goes there will need water. Okay. Well, oh, now I know I have enough sprinkler. Because these aren't. Okay. Trees down. I need these animals out of here. Build. But the feeder. If I get more scrap. Big. Yay! That's awesome. I have something there every day. Woohoo! I saw these by themselves to see. No, because I didn't sell the others, but oh, oh, I left a lot in here. Not Wednesday. I'm selling this now. What? Dude, I gotta go to fish. Let me put the. Also needed to go carpenter. Okay. There, impeccable timing as usual. Been here all morning baking with Betty. We're trying to get the perfect recipe for these. Batch next to you is the latest one. You should try it. Don't worry, this one isn't burnt. Really? Thank you. I'm glad you like it, but I do think that I can still improve it, though. What do you think, Betty? I need to get a locket for Noah. Go to the carpenter's. This is delicious, dear. I think it would be much better if I add a little more salt to it. What do you think? A great idea. Let's try it. Can't believe I'm going to be featured in Game of Cones soon. I'm so excited and worried at the same time. I'd be worried, you think? It's normal to feel worried. Thank you. You're a great friend. Oh, right. The salt. Could you pass it to me? It's behind you. Oh, God. Just a little more polish, a touch of sanding, and cheers. Voila, that's how it's done. Another masterpiece. Like all the other masterpieces I've done this week. And also the week before. So hard. Choco, wonderful news. Don't tell me it's more chairs. It's more chairs! The tavern reordered. That's great. Something wrong? Why would anything be wrong, my sweet little huckleberry? It's plentiful. My wife is wonderful. I have everything I need. This is job security, Joko. I'll prepare the invoice. That's great. I was born for woodworking. The first gift I ever remember getting was my whittling knife. Did you know that? I'd spend hours looking for the perfect piece of wood in the forest, and then days carving whatever came to mind. Ever since I was little, I never wanted to do anything else. But lately, it feels like the spark is gone. Normally that's a good thing. If I've learned anything, it's that sparks and wood don't mix. Do you know what I mean? How many times can I make the same chair? No one wants creativity anymore. No one wants artistry. They want utility. And I can do that. I'm doing that. But I guess I just don't find the work as engaging as I used to. But who am I to complain? Like I told Dinda, I have a good life. Why should I rock the boat? Even if I'd sometimes rather just close shop and never come back. Gosh. Look, thanks for coming by and listening to me ramble. I'll see you around, okay? Chairs aren't gonna build themselves, unfortunately. Remember how... Oh yeah, Saturday is day of close. Like I said before though. Space. Um... Oh shoot. I forget. Okay. Who am I trying to track down? Noah. Oh, only on Tuesday. Oh. Okay. Beach Shack, we can go there right now. Go to Monkey Lane. Monkey Lane right now because I'm actually... Monkey Lane? Monkey Lane? No? Man. Quiet. I'm going to be the first person to get the wooded bighorn. It's close. I laid a trap in those. 3 cheese sandwiches. 4 different types of cheese in each sandwich. No bighorn can resist. If it's out there, it'll come. Okay. How do you know that's like cheese? Oh, in my circles, that's common knowledge. You just can't see it, smell it, or hear it, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Wooded bighorn operates on its own time frame. He won't be rushed. He can't be hurried. The key then is patience. I'll wait here all day if I have to. And all night if that's what it takes. That's how dedicated I am. I do have to go to the bathroom though. Maybe I can just sneak away. That we've got him. I know those cheese sandwiches would work. Person, it could be a dog, like. No wooded bighorn. But at least I found a rare white-tailed chipmunk, so it wasn't a complete waste. Wait. That was a regular chipmunk. Orbage. Orbage. Go home. Buy a locket. Hi, Meowtix. I need to go see Sam. Okay, but I need to go to the Beach Shack first. Great to see you. It's been a slow day. Can I interest you in some smoked fish? This one is a new item, just, you know, got done. Smoked to perfection. The flavor is, you know, amazing. You talking like that? Sorry, I guess my heart's not really in it today. Can I ask you something? Ooh. I guess I just need a sympathetic ear. The problem is, well, I guess it's not a problem exactly. Oliver, he loves spending time with me. Of course it's great, but it's kind of not though. He wants to go fishing with his old man instead of playing with his friends. He'll get ice cream with me, but he won't participate in any after-school activity. You know, we played Parcheesi the other night when I told him he could play video games. He didn't do it. I know how lucky I am. How many boys his age want to spend time with their old man? But I want him to have friends. I want him to have a life outside of me. I don't know, maybe I'm smothering him, but I try to get him to play with his friends. I encourage it, I really do. He just won't do it. It's a sticky problem, something I have to think about. Maybe you could set up play dates with his friends to encourage him. That's a great idea, but first I think I need to talk to Oliver and understand his perspective. Didn't seem like you needed to talk to me. I don't have anything for anybody that's in here. Where is Noah? Noah. Oh yes, you do. There. Ooh. The rodeo was wild. My sis kind of messed up her leg, but hey, all in good fun, right? Sure, I guess. Verbiage. He is Spock. Sips. Taro. Theo. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Wait for a new week for the gifts, really? Where was Theo going? Fish and Sips. Hang out with Theo until I put all my other stuff away. Oh no, hold on. Gotta take my stuff to Sam's. Since I didn't do it yesterday. Team K. Set up. I like that his shows. I don't think mine shows the star color. It might not put on. And you know, since I have these fly there. I'm too late. And actually, that shows me that I haven't been over. Anymore. Garbage. Let me do this near. Oh, I just did a big old. Is still there the next. Um. Mm. Nobody. You got almost done. Hmm. You can't jump over with the outfit on? I could jump over with. Boo. Yeah. Or what else? I just got the Savannah open. And I got an auto petter. Perfect. Forgive me, dear, for such a grand entrance. It has been too long since I've had the strength to indulge in such displays. I feel reborn, all thanks to your efforts in restoring this island to its former grandeur. Pretty. Behold, the return of a bridge long forgotten. Born from an ancient tree, it connects two worlds. This bridge leads to the savannah, a land both wild and wondrous. Tread with caution, for its beauty is matched by the challenges that. That, okay, but. Don't need this. I purchase all of those today. Next time. Why not all in? Okay, I have it. Let me make sure. 10 durian. Still accurate. Okay. Cave. And that scared the oh, to me. Oh, cool. This is also great. Sing. Let me see. Can I? Do I have a feeder? Cause I don't. Why are you out here? It's my Luwak. Get your butt in there, Mr. Luwak. Oh, I need to go. What am I doing? Fish and chips. I think it's for Noah. Okay, flatfish. No, did I miss it? Is it not sunny today? Oh, it's windy. Okay. Next time. Giving you to get. Well, festival did not disappoint. Oh, there was an adorable pet. I don't think it was. Came in last place. Well, fourth place. Way. Oh, and put that hot pepper juice. Oh, gosh. Or potato juice. We're gonna give. Really no. Let me sell just to see the money. Let me sell whatever has start. Base. That my pocket did. Okay. I do still have that. Basically, nearly no. So there is not. I know dragon. Yes. 10. Yes. Snake fruit. Four. I should get all of them though. 1, 2, 3. I think I can afford them all. Sure. Can't get them too many at a time. enough. At least then this way I'll know I haven't planted cactus flower. Okay, but it says it may yield bronze. See, does this look like when I plant these, and I know these need water? That. That way it's covered. Man. Uh-oh, do some of them not come through? I don't have cocoa. One, that was one, and I put. Weren't there 12? 11? Three, 4, 12, yeah. 3. Yeah, cocoa I'm supposed to have. You turn. Oh, right here. The last one. And then the others are mostly. Because I can go on there. Check. Boom. All right. Plant. Around that because I put that there. There's something else that I want. Oops. Buy with 1,416. Just wait. No, these two are good. Yeah, starfruit. That grows. Out here. Mayo. Oh, and I said I was gonna decorate. Didn't. Time. Furniture. Furniture. Kind of hard to tell. The name. Want is. Man. Beach theme is what I was gonna. 660. Oh boy. Can't really afford much. Um, doesn't give me it. What about a rug? Where's the theme rug? Banner, I think that's um can't mysterious. So hard to find the uh, woodwork. Guess this would be good if you want to mix and match. Yeah, I don't think it'd be not knowing if that's what I... Right. Before I do... No, it went up. 13K. Nice. Okay, 6K. Right. The best. Ooh. And my osmium axe is complete. And I gotta just put that as osmium in everything. Osmium. I think I want to play. So what are we going to do today? Ooh. Okay, so Noah, so sorry. But I can't come see you. But Wataru, I think I can come see you. Only on Tuesday. Gotta find out where the Yoke Center. Alright. No. Okay, so this is really, this is when I need to see if Kenny does this. Not then they're not. Can I do? It doesn't give gold. Yeah, after seeing how expensive it is to decorate, I might hold off on decorating. Check to see who needs hay. Goats. Thank you guys. Oh, and Sunday I can't get my all the cheese to Sam. They're out. Don't see them out. Bulls. How much is stuff? Tools. I always think it's pink diamonds, pink crystal. I need to start getting stuff for Bobby. Um, that's not what I want to use those for. Would want extra. $400. Okay, I don't have 400. $10, that's a good. Oh. Energy drink. Okay. This one just doesn't. Okay, that's good. I don't think I need that anymore. Like an actual farmer. You know. We'll find what's hard. Oh, should have changed my outfit. Okay, everyone, meet me on your mats and let's get started. Come on, Dad. Hmm. Chance. This was a bad idea. Namaste. I see a few new faces in our class today. Welcome, Captain Wataru. We're happy to have you joining us. We'll start with breathing. Inhale. Bah. My microphone unconnected. Now we'll stretch. All right. Now that we're nice and loosened up, let's try a downward facing dog. A what now? Hands lined up under your shoulders, knees lined up under your hips. Come on, Captain, give it a try. Now elbows down and slowly lower your head. And now we'll pull ourselves up from our core. Oh, he's trying. Dad. You okay, Captain? I told you this was a stupid idea. Leave me be. I've had enough yoga to last the rest of my natural life. It's okay, Captain. Sorry to interrupt your class, Leah. Carry on without me. Dad. Okay. Can't do that. It's Tuesday. Everybody's at 2. Archie, we can fight Archie with a rock. I'm so happy to give him one. Yeah, let's find Archie. And I don't know what anybody else loves. No, he hates. Gave you a gift? I knew what she loved. I don't. I didn't find her on her birthday. And give her the shell. Let me find her today. Shell and everything. Okay, so I need a stone for Archie. Give a regular shell. Oops. Archie gets a stone. There. Now I have space. And now that I have... Let's put this here. Okay. And Emma. Emma's at home. Archie... I'm close. Oh, I have the same boots as yours. I hate them. But sometimes mom makes me wear them because they're warm. Refreshingly rude. Did your mom make you wear those boots too? Actually, let me flat my way over to Emma's house. Ooh. Yay. Let me look around. Window seat? Um, okay, I'm going back. Yep. Put all this stuff away and then go. Yes. There are no flowers anywhere. Fucking okay. Bobby. With that. Over. Too much. Alright. Be sold. Down. Water. I can up. That's a thought. Okay. Write something. Okay, B. B on everything except for ocean. Um, it's 6 out of 1,000. This is really. This is what I need though. 75 Osmium crop. Oh, if I get. Maybe I should plant sugar in the greenhouse because once that is ready, you harvest it every day. I think I might do that. Let me see what it says and then I'll compare it to others. And produces every day. Yep. Does anything else say produce? At this point, that's what I need. Every 2 days for. Let me get the. Six. Okay. Let me get all of the fertilizer that I have. Planting festival. How much I need. Get 25. Let's see if that works. Need more, cool. If not, cool. Okay, 15 per. Okay, 15 was delivered. 25. Both. How did I do that? Actually, yeah, because I haven't seen it rain. I think I have sturgeon. I just need to duplicate. I think I did get snakehead. Okay, no, got it. And 18. Four. Do though. Now I'm actually thinking about it. I don't, because I only need about, I put 30 in 4 days. I'm good. Let me just go, I have space. Let me just go to our deep mine, to the deep forest. Thing in here is done. All right. I don't think I got a goddess bless. Got one up here. I did. I need another crayfish. Oh. Keep saying lucky angler. Keep giving me crayfish. Oh my gosh. Having a seafood boil or like what's going on? Okay, this is feeling like a crayfish. Okay. Awesome. Sell it. Trash. Giving crayfish. I'm done. I'm over it. I'm irritated. Let's fly back. Cool. I haven't been down in forever. Is this one? Giggles. Get some geodes. On geodes. Alright, I'm over it. I don't think I've monster. No. No geodes. Not recognize any of these. Oh, I didn't get you. Excuse me, I was not after you. Move out of my way. Didn't think about him. Inventory full. Down here. Until I need to. So I'm here. Then we will just leave. What is that? $13. Still time. But right. Throw it inside. Want to? The ginseng away. Yeah, I could have. Part 25. I haven't been down there in a long time. On geodes. We can't fish in the lava. I never tried before. I not gotten a giant mud skipper? Oh shoot. Maybe I just didn't get that. Not a single. Go to sleep, so energy. Wear this outfit will forever be. Okay, guys. Oh, we did get one geode. I missed coming through. Okay, that's it. That's it. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. Weak. New gifts for everybody. Ruby sea dragons can be found anytime on the ocean bed. Rare and only appears in sea dragon. What the? No. Okay. I think I have an extra one. $20K? 23. I think that's the highest. Most expensive fish that I've had. $100 is nice. 600 is nice. Especially when the male only goes for 3. Yeah, the milk by itself goes. I'll just start selling the milk. And the egg. Mayonnaise 3. The Edna's birthday. I don't think there's gonna be. No, no festival. And whose events was ooh, our tomato. These are cute, but I'm glad I bought one of each because they're doing what they need to do. This. I wish this would show you which 4 days. All right, well, I'm going to end there. Good rest of your day.